Man to check it. But since I get no
You need your bag. You need your bag and stuff. The lecture given by the man by Professor Umajo Panashu is titled The Management of Subsidy and National Products.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Making 3 cameras. This one. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I see. Okay, sir.
So this preview now. Whatever
Okay.
she takes, the final.
Okay, sir.
The third one is the assistance of we work together.
Okay. All right, sir. Thank you. Well done, Hope.
My name is
When can I come and do internship? I need to learn this thing.
okay. Every other thing. Have a nice day. What do you want?
interview, yes. Can we use the other microphone? For live interviews. Live interviews.
Let me get the cable, very long cable that I will use.
For this same one?
No, another cable. Another mic.
It's good that you remember. If it's another one, then...
Oh, no, I think Kenny is coming.
Okay.
Kenny is coming. He's going to bring microphone from the studio.
He's bringing mic. Okay, so you just use
So
that.
we can use his, so yeah, we can use his own for audio.
Normal,
Yes.
dynamic microphone.
You should have.
But we should have wire and it depends on the distance now.
Yes.
If it's normal dynamic...
So where is that logo?
Yeah, we can't extend it.
Where is the logo?
That's what you normally use. This here.
No,
Because by the time people are moving, I don't know
live
whether...
interview.
I've not been...
Monday's camera. We have to come for the live interview.
We'll withdraw the camera
Bring
here.
the camera and the cable
Okay.
for the interview.
So that I can take that place.
Exactly.
Okay, then we'll use this one that I have.
Replace this mic, this camera. Let me see.
Let me see. Roll it out.
Come on. We can try. Let's test it.
You have to test it.
Hope. Can you hear?
Go Jade.
Who is bringing?
Then we'll put it.
No, the mic has issue.
Not that it's not touching. Is it the mic or the cable that is not entering?
Is it close by?
No.
Testing.
We're putting it in the show.
No, it's not coming. Just that is, I think, noise.
We need a normally mic.
But that wireless cannot work from outside.
Wireless. Yes, but there will be no logo.
You just to put it on top.
Can we remove
to
this
enter
one?
now.
We can't remove it.
Bring it there, in and bring it
Wireless.
Let me bring the wireless.
And let's just have something as a backup. If he brings his own, we try. But cable is short, try. Only try cable is loaded now. Only try cable is loaded.
No, cable is perfectly well. Bring the logo. Let me see whether I can. Can just hold it.
That's another.
That's okay too.
The battery is okay. It's full. Testing the mic on too. It's okay.
So it will work.
No, one. You don't need to.
The battery will last.
You just off the battery.
No, this one will off it. We use only when
Only when we want to. Okay. But is this one clearer than this one?
I'll prefer. She will be able to.
Which one is better? Testing the mic 1, 2. It's clean. Huh?
Battery might last. See, battery is full. Talk on this.
Check. Testing. Check. But which one is clearer?
Testing the mic 1, 2. 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 They are the same.
look. This thing is
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello, Gwenga, can you hear from here? Hello. I'm in front of where they take pictures. Can you hear me? Is it clear? Gwenga, over to you.
You are hearing from there?
Yes. So whichever one you want to use, either this.
This one or this one.
Let's put it first.
This is International DJ Cypher in the mix.
Thank you.
Turn up the speakers. It's DJ Cypher Lee in the mix.
I get money, can you tell? Word boss, vibe cartel. Me, cause I care. After party, you can share my bed. Party time, BG time. Pull up, MBG. Gave me the pussy cause I'm such a G. This so good, she don't wanna leave. Paris.
You know go keep pressing. Dale, you go learn lesson. When you give me a pair, oh I do cigar. You mo jashe wa yi mo a test cigar. Taking tennis cigar, taking penetrate. Wolo yummy, let me have this. He said toki don't do BTG like you. My boy go baby, oh I like to. No, la wani kita fiwa. Wolo shede yaka, temi tigla. Asana tu timba, temi tisha. Shuba, chati mo ye ba, lo tu mi tika. Morikosu, if I want you, if I did tell me long, baby, oh want you. Come a classy on the get level. Well, it's fair. We just wanna not tell it. Sit down with me, do you know?
Call me Gilbert Sachs. We get it.
It is your favorite number one Nigerian saxophonist. My name is Lenny Sax.
Some respect when you mention my name.
Oracle. My name is Yemi Sat.
Turn up the speakers. It's DJ Cypher Lee in the mix.
You don't know why it's going on.
It's SK on the track.
Turn up the speakers. It's DJ Cypher Lee in the mix. some respect when you mention my name. DJ Cypher Lee in the mix.
Management and Administration in SEMA, Professor Mike Obadan, a renowned economist. A round of applause, I know that, ladies and gentlemen. Professor, good to see you again, sir.
A very good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Just at this point, run through the order of procession. The academic procession will start with the graduates, and that procession is to be led into this arena by the Deputy Registrar, School of Postgraduate Studies, University of Benin. The graduates will be taking the lead, followed by the Director, Department of Studies, and Coordinator of NILDS-UNIBEN Postgraduate Programs. All lecturers, HND and postgraduate programs will follow. And then members of the NILDS Management Committee, after which members of the NILDS-UNIBEN Affiliation Committee will join them. And then for the Chancellor's procession, the UNIBEN Mace Bearer will lead the procession. The academic staff of NILDS will follow. Please take note of this order of procession so there is no mistake. After the academic staff of NILDS, the principal officers, comprising the librarian of the University of Benin, the bursar, the registrar. Incidentally, the registrar is here with me. Please put your hands together for our distinguished registrar of the University of Benin, Mr. Ademola Bobola. Please put your hands together. Ogaraj, welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I want to take them.
The Deputy Vice Chancellors will follow, and today we have the Deputy Law Academic, Professor Ray Ozolwa. He will be on the procession, on the Chancellor's procession. After that, the NILDS Academic Advisory Board will join them, and then members of the UNIBEN Governing Council. The chairman of the UNIBEN Governing Council, the very distinguished Professor Shuaibu Umaru, is here with us today. He will be on the procession. So also will the University of Benin, Professor Lilian Imotian Salami, who is also a member of the Governing Council, will be on the procession. Visiting Vice Chancellors, So, visiting vice chancellors will be on the procession, and then the Director General of NILDS, our own dear Professor Suleiman, will be on the procession. Sound. Please, let's ensure that the microphones are working well. After the Director General of NILDS, the delectable Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, Professor Salami, will be on the procession. Behind the Vice Chancellor will be the Pro-Chancellor, Professor Shuaibu Umaru. The Clerk of the National Assembly will be on the procession. The Minister of Education, Dr. Olatunji Alausa, will also be on the procession. Members of NILDS Governing Council, the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, the Deputy President of Senate, and then the Chancellor UNIBEN, Speaker, House of Representatives, President of the Senate, and the Visitor of the University, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Visitor of UNIBEN NILDS, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, or his representative, will take the rear in the procession. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. No, we can't move it. They can shift. So, good morning.
Sorry, the
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please recognize the presence of the Royal Father in our midst, His Royal Royal Highness Emir of Kefi Dr. Chindo Yamusa III, represented by Wambam Kefi, Honorable Ibrahim Abdul Usman. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Royal Father. Thank you very much. May I at this point recognize the presence of our convocation lecturer from our Vice Chancellor, Veritas University, a renowned economist, of course, Professor Mike Kwanache. A round of applause in order, ladies and gentlemen. May I at this point also recognize the presence of the Vice Chancellor, Federal University Lokoja, Professor Olayemi Akinwumi, represented here by Provost, College of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Benga Ibiloye. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This program is going to kick off in a few minutes. Let's get ready to start the 8th Convocation ceremony of NILDS-UNIBEN postgraduate programs. Thank you.
This is International DJ Cypher in the mix.
May I have your attention? All graduating students, all officials of NILDS and UNIBEN who are robing and going to be on the procession, please move out now. All graduating students, all officials of NILDS, UNIBEN, everyone who is going to be on the procession, please move out now. Thank you.
DJ Cypher Lee in the mix.
I get money, can't you tell? What boss, vibe cartel.
While we are preparing to take flight, ladies and gentlemen, may I recognize the presence of the Chairman, Senate Committee on Science and Technology, a member of NILDS Governing Council, Senator Abbas, represented here today by Madam Charity and Naja. Applause for our ladies and gentlemen. Very much for coming. I also recognize the presence of the member of NILDS Academic Advisory Board in person of Professor Badiri Sunny. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I at this point recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister of Labour and Employment. Of course, one of our honorees at this event today, Her Excellency Right Honorable Barrister Nkiruka Oyejocha, PhD, OON, represented today by Senior Special Assistant Advisor, Mr. Chris Amadi. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for making it today.
I'd like to invite to come take his seat proper lecturer for today, Professor Mike Kwanashi. Welcome once again, sir. Please put your hands together for him, who's our guest lecturer for today.
The changes. They called my name, so. Very people reading look at it. So if you to register yourself,
we would like to request the academic profession to make its gallant entry to this arena. They will be ushered in by the right player. Please, sound. Let's ensure that these microphones are working well, please.
Are we going to be using this place? It will not be easy for... Last year we used that place.
To usher in the academic procession should be what we should be having now. The academic procession is ready, I understand, to proceed into the arena. Please, the person in charge of the academic procession, if you are ready, indicate so that you could begin to come into the arena.
Moshood Amuda should be in charge of this.
Alhaji Moshood Amuda, please take charge of the entry of the procession, the academic procession.
So after the
Recording in progress.
Hello, please. Lower it a little, please. Let's make some clarification. Let's clarify this. Let's clarify this, please. Bring it down. Thank you. At this point, it is the academic procession that we expect in, not the Chancellor's procession. Only the academic procession. make way for the academic procession, led in by the Deputy Registrar, School of Postgraduate Studies, University of Benin, Bimpe Omoyiwola, the academic procession.
Let us. Let me collect my hand.
Because of sun. Carry down. Rubbish. Go chop am. Carry one share. Come here. Let her sit down for that bag. No.
There's a difference for those people that class.
You no understand. Carry your own chair. Come here. Let her sit down for that place.
See, I cannot sit down. You don't know this.
Let's go right about me.
Let them shift.
What's that in time before?
is about entering the auditorium. As soon as we cite them, we will request respectfully that you rise. The Chancellor's procession. We welcome very specially the former Speaker of the House of Representatives and an awardee, Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara. Please rise for the Chancellor's procession. The Chancellor's procession is led in by the Deputy Registrar, Senate Matters, University of Benin, Comfort Ehigiato. The Mace Bearer is leading them in. Academic staff of NILDS are on the entourage. The Registrar, University of Benin. The Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic. NILDS Advisory Board. Please remain standing for the national anthem, followed by UNIBEN anthem. The national anthem, Nigeria, we hail thee. We should take the first two stanzas.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land, whose right and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
NILDS-UNIBEN anthem. All over the wide, wide world, our fruitful works unfold. What we sow with joy and pride, make good our common goal. One heart and voice for all, we hear the purple clarion call. Arise, mighty Unibem, robed in your purple and gold, clad in your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, here represented by the Pro-Chancellor, University of Benin, Professor Shuaibu Umaru. Please put your hands together. Please let's make this arena, let's bring it alive. Please put your hands together. Your Excellency, President of the Senate and Chairman Governing Council, the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, Your Excellency, Distinguished Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON, here ably represented by the Deputy Senate President, Distinguished Senator Jibrin Barao, CON. Put your hands together. The Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives, and alternate Chairman of NILDS, Your Excellency, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, GCON, here represented, hopefully, expected or represented by the House of Representatives. Well, okay, now, okay, expected. The former Speaker, House of Representatives, and awardee, Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, CON, the Chancellor, University of Benin and Tortif, His Royal Majesty Professor James Otese Ayozua Ayatse, CFR, here represented by the Vice Chancellor, University of Benin, who is also here in her capacity and as Chairman of the Committee of Vice Chancellors of Nigerian Universities, Professor Lilian Imweti Yansalami. Please put your hands together. Principal officers of the Senate and House of Representatives here present, visiting Vice Chancellors, the very distinguished Director General of NILDS, Professor Abubakar Suleiman, members of NILDS Governing Council, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
How are you doing this morning?
Honorable members of the House of Representatives.
Hello, Faith, can you hear me?
Very lovely parents and guardians as well as sponsors.
Hello, Faith, can you hear me?
Graduates, awardees, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Today, the NILDS-UNIBEN turns out the 8th set of graduates of its postgraduate and the 3rd NILDS Higher National Diploma graduates at this very beautiful ceremony. I shall now invite
I'm holding the microphone
to take us on the next item on the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Benedicta. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the convocation ceremony of the 8th NILDS-UNIBEN postgraduate program and of course the 3rd NILDS HND programs hosted here live at NILDS facility number 2 Abubakar Osem and Avenue Umaru Musa Yaradua Expressway, Abuja. Now to set the ball rolling, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome the vintage Professor of Political Science and International Relations, former Minister of National Planning and Director General, National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, Professor Abubakar O. Suleiman, for his welcome address. Please make it a resounding applause as we welcome the Chief Convener of it.
Check.
Let me talk from outside.
Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Godwin Obot Akpabio GCN,
Hello, can you hear me?
Chairman, NILDS Government Council, ably represented by Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, Senator Barao Jim.
Check.
Before Speaker of the House, Representative, Excellency Honorable Yakubu Bujara,
CON, distinguished Senator Babangida Hussein, the NILDS Member of Government Council, the principal officers of the Senate and that of the House here present, the CNA ably represented, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, the most and one of the most prestigious universities in Nigeria, Professor Lilian Salami, the registrar and other management staff for the University of Benin, other honorees here present, our royal fathers here present, the management members of NILDS here present, gentlemen of the press, our graduates of today, ladies and gentlemen. I am extremely delighted to welcome you to this 8th Convocation ceremony of the postgraduate program of the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies and the University of Benin, as well as the 3rd Convocation ceremony of the higher national diploma programs of our institute. This occasion is another landmark achievement of the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies as the fulcrum of legislative and democratic studies in Nigeria and beyond. Established by Act of Parliament, NILDS is the only statutory body charged with the responsibility of serving as the capacity building and think tank agency for strengthening practices that deepen legislative and democratic governance in our country and beyond. One way NILDS executes its mandate is through its HND and postgraduate programs, which are accredited by the relevant authorities in our country. The academic programs offered by NILDS in collaboration with its partners are helping to close the knowledge gap and capacity needs in the nation's governance sectors. Parliaments across Africa and beyond are also seizing the opportunity offered by NILDS to enhance their knowledge in specific areas of legislative and democratic governance. As I speak to you, our training department and resource persons are engaged in capacity development for members of the budget committees from the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. We are also working with development partners and CSO in promoting inclusion in governance, strengthening the nation's resilience to climate change, and strengthening governance structures at the local levels, as well as helping to ignite patriotism among students at all levels towards supporting democracy in Nigeria. The graduates before you today are another output indicator of the impact of NILDS on knowledge acquisition and enhancement of professional competencies in Nigeria. Once enrolled in our programs, these students have successfully completed their training in their chosen fields, such as HND Parliamentary Administration, HND Official Reporting, and postgraduate diplomas in elections and political party management. Others who are enrolled in Masters in Law, Legislative Drafting LLM, Masters in Legislative Studies MLS, Masters in Elections and Party Politics MEPP, and Masters in Parliamentary Administration have also successfully completed their programs. While all of them have performed very well, their performance shows that female students top their class in nearly all the courses. This is a further reminder that given equal opportunity to learn, there is no limit for the girl child. I therefore urge stakeholders across all levels of our society to continue to strive to address the barriers and widen gender gaps with regard to access to education. The success recorded in our programs would not have been possible without the commitment of our partner institution, the University of Benin, led by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Lilian Salami, and our management team. Similarly, the guidance and support of the National Board for Technical Education, NBT, have been very, very appreciated. I also wish to commend the dedications of the NILDS Department of Studies and their staff, as well as our lecturers and resource persons, for their commitment to ensuring success of our various academic programs. This convocation also sustained a feat that was initiated in the 7th Convocation. It recognizes the effort of leaders who have contributed to the growth and development of the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies and National Development in general by conferring on them the title of Fellows of the Institute. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I once again congratulate the graduates and urge them to remain worthy ambassadors of NILDS and to keep the flag flying in all their present and future endeavors. I wouldn't end this remark today without telling the whole world, and indeed the audience today, that as part of our dedication to enhancing capacity building, and as part of our dedication in getting our people committed to education and knowledge, NILDS today is producing the next Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin. Our Director, Legislative Support Services, just 3 days ago, emerged as the most suitable candidate for the Vice Chancellorship of the University of Benin. By name, Professor Edoba Omarege, SAN. I can't hear you clap for us very well. To this end, therefore, I want to thank the Vice Chancellor, the outgoing Vice Chancellor, and indeed the management of University of Benin for the support accorded the incoming Vice Chancellor. And I want to assure you that in our further collaboration, we shall do everything possible to deepen the relationship between NILDS and University of Benin. Once again, I welcome you all to this, and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
I thought the DG deserved a bigger round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, convocation proceedings continue as I now respectfully invite the Registrar of the University of Benin, Mr. Ademola Bobola, to invite the Chancellor for the next item. Mr. Registrar, please put your hands together.
Your Excellencies, our revered Chancellor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in order to fulfill all righteousness, this is a formal academic meeting duly recognized by the university's laws and enabling regulations. In order to conform with the tradition of the university system, to which the Vice Chancellor and the Deputy and the Director General are very well aware of. I have the honor, the singular honor, to call on the Chancellor of the University to formally declare this program open for the purpose of conferring the degrees on the students that have been found worthy, both in character and in learning. Before I formally do that, kindly allow me to refer to the University of Benin Transitional Provisions Act of 1975, captured in U4 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, spelling out the functions of the Chancellor, who shall preside at all meetings of congregation and convocation, and where he is not immediately present, Section 7 of that particular act says the Vice Chancellor shall stand in position of the Chancellor. In view of this, the Chancellor, ably represented by the Vice Chancellor, I have the honor and privilege to call upon you to declare this convocation open. Madam Vice Chancellor.
Distinguished members, by the powers conferred on me as the Vice Chancellor, University of Benin, I hereby constitute this assembly as convocation of the University of Benin National Institutes for Legislative and Democratic Study for postgraduate programs at which higher national diploma, postgraduate diploma, and master's degree will be conferred. I therefore declare the convocation open.
Madam Vice Chancellor, while you are still waiting, I have the honor and privilege to call upon you on behalf of the Chancellor to present your address, Madam Vice Chancellor.
Thank you very much. So as not to get into trouble, let me first recognize Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and visitor of the University and NILDS, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who is ably represented here by the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council of University of Benin, Professor Shaibu Umaru. Permit me also to recognize Your Excellency, President of Senate and Chairman, NILDS Governing Council, Senator Godswill Akpabio CON, ably represented by Senator Paolo Jibril CON. I respectfully recognize all other protocol as has been established by the PRO. It is a great pleasure for me to be at the 8th Postgraduate and 10th Higher National Diploma Convocation Ceremony of the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Study, NILDS, University of Benin, and the last that I will be attending as the Vice Chancellor of that great university. At this auspicious convocation, let me begin by paying special tributes to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Ahmed Bola Tinubu, GCFR, who has in so many ways, chartered a way forward in the many challenges besetting the education sector. I call to mind the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, which in itself is a revolutionary intervention strategy to sustain indigent students in the education pursuit. Our special appreciation goes to the distinguished President of the Senate and the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives for their unquantifiable support of the Institute.
Their support has ensured that NILDS continues to fulfill its mandate of producing high-quality postgraduate students to strengthen the support base of democratic governance in our dear country. The National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Study is unique in structure and content, and it is only the institution of higher learning in the country that exclusively caters to the legislative manpower needs. Therefore, not only are the programs offered by the Institute relevant to the social political needs of our dear country, they are industry also driven. That is why the engagement of high caliber faculty staff and provision of facilities are paramount. These are distinguished chairman of NILDS Governing Council and his team have continued to provide. At the graduation ceremony, the graduates have every reason to be proud that they have received the best training that will stand them in the right stead to contribute to their quota in advancing the cause of democratic governance in this country. In this regard, I use this opportunity to commend the faculty staff for impacting the necessary knowledge and skills in our dear students. Your commitment to turning out postgraduates who are found worthy, not only in character, but learning, should give you all special satisfaction that you have been fulfilling your calling to raise purpose-driven and focused leaders that this country dearly needs. To all support staff of NILDS, we commend you all for your dedication and for all the work that you do in good conscience. They will not go unrewarded. We appreciate all the parents, guardians, and sponsors for supporting these scholars to actualize their aspiration. Your approval of your choice of NILDS-UNIBEN is testament to your confidence and commitment to their progress. We urge you to continue to be there for them as they move on to the larger community, where they are expected to showcase the stuff that they have imbibed from NILDS. To the graduates, all radiant and confident, you have been trained at the master's, postgraduate diploma, and higher national diploma levels to do your best in your respective assignment. As I congratulate you, I urge you to be worthy ambassadors of your alma mater and to shine your light bright as ambassadors of light and progress. There is no better time than now to turn out these postgraduates. With the country undergoing political and economic challenges, their inputs will be required as they join forces with the political leaders to ensure a steady and forward march for Nigeria. It is my great pleasure to be here. I'm so sorry, I missed that out. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the UNIBEN-NILDS relationship has come a long way and has continued to blossom over the years. We remain committed to the creation of conducive teaching and learning environment, as well as a commitment to excellence in the task of producing skilled manpower in legislative and allied duties. UNIBEN and NILDS have individually and together earned a solid and unassailable reputation. All stakeholders must leverage on the positive cooperative image and reputation in order to continue to attract positive comments and encourage all to attaining the set goals. At this juncture, I take a deep breath to appreciate the Director General of NILDS, my own brother, Professor Abubakar Suleiman, for his tenacity and doggedness in driving this project, which began as a mustard seed and has become an oak tree. You have indeed done well, my dear brother. Again, we cannot thank the leadership of the National Assembly enough for the institutional supports to NILDS over the years. Their political will and passion in ensuring the Institute's successful operations are well documented for posterity. Finally, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank Almighty God and you all excellencies here seated. You have indeed made my tenure as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin very colorful, impactful, and successful. I bow out of the 1st of December this year. I leave you with a plea for the sustenance of UNIBEN NILDS collaboration, which has been mutually beneficial. I am confident that the years ahead will hold greater prospects for UNIBEN and NILDS. Together, we can achieve greater things for our dear country. I thank you all and have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Check. It's okay, bro. Let's try it. Can they? Thank you for joining us on Democracy Radio this morning. We are here at the 8th NILDS-UNIBEN Postgraduate and the 3rd NILDS Higher National Diploma Program Convocation Ceremony. What you just heard was the Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin giving her opening address here at the ceremony. We have a very, very interesting program lined up for you today. That's the Vice Chancellor in the person of Honorable Chief Mrs. Nkieruka Onyejocha, and from her speech you could hear how passionate she is about the NILDS-UNIBEN partnership and collaboration. Coming up next in our list of programs, I beg your pardon, the Vice Chancellor is the person of Professor Lilian Salami. Short correction on my part. Coming up next, after the Vice Chancellor's address, we are to expect the DG NILDS, who presents the convocation lecture by Professor Mike Nwanashie. That's the lecture is going to be titled "The Management of Subsidy and National Development." Please make sure to stay tuned to hear the full lecture from us here at the NILDS permanent site. That is what we have for now.
PhD GCON. I humbly recognize the presence of Deputy Chairman, House Committee on Southeast Development Commission, Honorable Professor Paul Nnachi. Make that a resounding one, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you, Honorable Speaker, sir. And I was recognizing the presence of a representative of the former President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Abubakar Bukola Saraki. He is one of our honorees today, and he is represented today, of course, by the senator that represented Ekiti South in the 9th Assembly, distinguished Senator Abiodun Olujimi. A round of applause. I hand over the reign of affairs to PRO UNIBEN as we continue in the program. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Joke. Please put your hands together for Joke. Thank you. The next item on the convocation program, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is a convocation lecture. And it's my pleasure to invite to present this year's convocation lecture the former Vice Chancellor of Veritas University, Professor Mike Nwanashie. Please put your hands together.
Your Excellencies, the representative of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Vice Chancellor Ma, all protocols. Let me just remain with the established protocol. I recognize distinguished academics who are here. I recognize those who will be awarded fellowships, all my senior colleagues in the academics who are here. I bid you welcome. A convocation lecture is a celebration of academic excellence. It begins with the institution, begins with the lecturers, with the students, with the management, and it ends up with the graduating students. That's the whole essence of having just some few minutes of conversation with the graduating students. So we begin by congratulating you, by wishing you well, by praying that whatever you got from this institute, which of course have already been acknowledged by those who are associated with the institute, that it will be useful not just to yourself, but to society. That the efforts of those who have labored to bring you where you are today will not be lost. On that grounds, we recognize the director of the institute. He has done a lot of work. I know that this institute started as a project, a National Assembly project. And through efforts like his, the National Assembly was able to upgrade it to the level of an institute. And I think the outcome of that effort is before us today. Today we are supposed to just brainstorm or carry on a conversation about some topical issues in our country and hopefully generate some interest in being able to critique not only governance today, but governance in the past. We are looking at subsidies, the nexus between subsidies and subsistence development. Let me begin by saying such a conversation with our graduates is very, very important because it highlights one of the fundamental functions of the Institute: legislative study and development. Democracy in Nigeria is at a crossroads. That's my opinion. And I think it's an opinion of many of those who have studied and who have gone deeply into the issue of the success of our democratic experience. But we can't get the best from democracy if we don't build the capacity within the governance structure, within the legislative structure, to comprehend the essence of those institutions. The literature is replete with observation that some of the bottlenecks to development are weak institutions, lack of capacity, lack of honesty and efficiency, not just in Nigeria, but in third world countries. And they define the inability of third world countries to lift themselves out of their present quagmire, to the inability to build institutions, to build a culture, to build a tradition, to mobilize social conscience around primary directions. So this is doing a lot by being able to do what they are doing today, by bringing you students together, putting you through the rudiments of analytics and a comprehension of the social and political context in which policy is made in Nigeria, and hoping that you will become a spokesperson, for rational thought in our political process. So our focal point today is subsidy. It's hot debate. On my way here, I got stuck in traffic for over 1 hour. And as I was sitting in that traffic, I was asking myself, I said, wait a minute. Fuel prices have gone up to 100 in Abuja. I think it's about 120, depending on where you are buying your fuel. And I said, sorry, 1,000. Some of you are buying fuel then. Some of you are still buying fuel. 1,000, you know, and I ask myself, I say, with 1,000, why do we still have so many cars on the street? What I thought, as a simple economist, with the prices jumping that high, I expected that the roads would be a little bit freer. So we want to delve into that. We want to interrogate that. We want to see, well, ask in a very rhetorical way whether the removal of oil subsidy, you know, is beneficial or not beneficial. What are we supposed to do? Should we support government in the present effort? Those are current issues that maybe we can just brainstorm over. But my point, though, you as graduates, is not to get into the emotional arguments about subsidy. And as I sat in that car, I was telling myself, you can be nervous now, and you say, why? But don't get into the emotional sentiment, the sentimental part of it. Let's go to the theoretical, the objective mode of analysis. So let me begin by saying, it's not just fuel subsidy. Actually, what has happened in Nigeria and a number of countries have given oil subsidy a bad name. I've always said that. And everybody think that oil subsidy, because of the jump in oil prices, is a bad thing. That seems to be the popular. But let's calm down and let's look at it critically. Is it a bad thing? That's the question I want to ask. Is the current deregulation process of this administration, is it by itself a bad thing? I mean, this is a conversation, so don't just take my point of it. This is just a conversation, and I'm more directing it to my graduating students. On what basis can we say that the current initiative by government cannot be faulted? On what basis? Now, let me make this observation. We elect a government. They articulate their programs. They highlight for us the logic behind the program. And I think it's only fair that we judge them within that framework, whether we agree or not. Neoliberalism dictates that we allow market forces to determine the critical variables within an economic system. Market first. The present administration did not introduce that logic into the Nigerian economy. The military administration in the mid-1980s, by forcing us to accept the structural adjustment program, dictated that the philosophy behind governance, economic governance in Nigeria, is a market-based economy. We used to, as younger scholars in those days, argue that we are a mixed economy. By mixed economy, we recognize the inevitability of government intervention to meet social goals. We recognize that in developing countries, we start from the rear, and to be able to meet and survive in the front, at the frontiers, we had to do something radical to transform our system and enable society to be able to operate competitively globally. But at that point, we were told no. There's a logic of a globalization process that required that we must create internal efficiency. We must accept the dictates of the market. We must recognize that markets are the most efficient discovery of modern thought. So we deregulated underserved, we privatized, we liberalized, we asked government to remove its hands out of the economy. But there was one lacuna somewhere in that logic. It doesn't matter that it was promoted by universal governance institution, which we were betrothed to and which we depended on for our financial survival, despite the fact that we are an oil-producing country. And that is the paradox. At that point, we accepted that if we must be part of the globalization process, we must accept that there's a logic, there's a dynamic behind capitalist development that required us to put in certain reforms. those reforms have not been completely deprived over this period. Although if you look at what has happened to sustainable development from then to now, it's deplorable. The level of poverty has increased. I don't want to go into those statistics. The level of security has degenerated. The ability of government to control the basic essence of economic management has been diminishing. So if you just look at the scenario over the period, you will not be blamed by thinking that all these years of neoliberal policies, all these years of pandering to international global interests, all these years of insisting that our government should have nothing to do with our development might not probably be the correct logic. It might not. No, what strikes me though is if you go back to the Obasanjo era, because this point has been made by some of my colleagues, the telecom sector, when they were deregulating the telecom sector, many people said, oh my God, you are going to collapse this system. You are going to collapse this system. You are going to make things worse. But most academics have said, hey, look at the telecom system today. Because of your deregulation, because of your market principle, we've seen within the medium term how the telecom sector has exploded. We've seen how the units, the various companies, through competition within the companies themselves, have been able to, we made progress here. If we begin with that example, we can say that the present deregulation has a potential within the middle term to also do the same thing in the oil sector. But of course, there are a number of caveats. There are a number of conditions that we have to fulfill, and I think that is where the institute comes in. That is where the institute must train manpower that understands what government should do, what governance should do. Because as they move into the institutions, critical institutions for democratic practice, as they move into it, we are hoping that they are imbued with some of the fundamental facts, and they can be agents in advocacy, no matter the way they look at it. At this point, theoretically, there is a theoretical foundation for the present government policies. It's not. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure the people, my audience will follow. I'm told to wrap it up. This is not a lecture. This is supposed to be an interactive session with the students, hoping that when they leave this place, they will be agents of development. Their voice will be heard within the structure. They will improve governance structure. But so let's go to the debate very briefly. I don't want to run away from the debate. The present administration has made it very clear, unlike any other administration since the democratic, that they are committed to a neoliberal policy. They are not apologetic about it. They are not going to waver right and left on it. There's no government since the return to democracy that has stood up firm and said, you know what, we are going to get into this with all our efforts, with all our strength. It's not left for us as Nigerians either to adjust and understand the dynamics of that decision, or to sit by the roadside. So I'm beginning with that premise. And theoretically, the justification for that is very clear. That if you look at the regime of subsidy in this country, it has always not worked. It has not met the intended beneficiaries. It has always been hijacked and benefited the class that was not supposed to benefit from these subsidies. That's a broad statement. I'm sure there's many of my senior colleagues who are there will contend it and say, wait. You have to give us a more rigorous explanation for that. But the current situation is that government have said that it is committed. I was a little bit amused. I think it was the Minister of Finance who said recently, no, the President himself, I think, said, he said, so if you don't want to pay out, I keep on saying 1,000, it's not 1,000. 1,000 per liter. Okay. That doesn't sound too high now. It doesn't sound high. Just 1,000. Eh? He said, if you cannot pay 1,000, calm down. There is condensed, what do you call it? CNG. And he said you pay 200 compressed natural gas. He said you go and pay what? You pay 200, right? For the same. Now, that's a proposal on the table. My critique initially was that the transition support was not there. I was a little bit worried when these things were announced. And all of us were saying, you announced such a draconic transition, and you have not spelled out very clearly what the transition support should be. And then, again, some colleagues pointed to us, in the past deregulation, no matter how minor it was, some of them had explicit transition support. I think the last two efforts, they decided to buy buses to mitigate the impact of transport. But then they asked me, where are the transports now? What happened to those buses? And it's just a political thought to taper down the whole controversies of, no, I better round all this thing. So there are advantages as per the present policies. The second is that there are disadvantages. Don't let's live here thinking that the guy said it's all advantages. No, there are disadvantages. The level of poverty has increased. The level of marginalization has increased. People are starving on the street because of high prices. People can't go to work. Ministries and agencies are seeing people come to work about twice a week. There are immediate shortcomings to the policy. There are negative aspects to the policy. Don't let's deny that. But for you moving into the institutions, the issue is not positive or negative. The issue is looking at short run versus long run, and being able to articulate policies that bridge the gap between short term and long term. And we would always talk of transition support, not palliative though, transition support that are institutional, that will mitigate and minimize immediate negative impact, but at the same time begin to plan, begin to articulate, begin to project who are the intended beneficiary and who are the unintended beneficiary. If you follow the debate, again, I think it's the minister who made this point, that our production is way ahead of our domestic consumption. And he said, you know what? These subsidies you are talking about and giving the proportion of oil that, say, goes out of the country, you are subsidizing consumers outside this country. And again, even the control, the nature of the market, makes it imperative that there are just a few percentage of Nigerians that actually benefit from these subsidies. And he says, when you are in that position, you have no choice but to move in the position. But before I round up, though, that argument will be valid. If the alternative, there's an alternative cost, there's an opportunity cost for every policy you make. There's an opportunity cost for subsidy. And the opportunity cost is that government budget, instead of being used to build education, to promote health, to do infrastructure, is just giving out a subsidy. Within the last 4 or 5 years, it got to a point where we had to borrow to maintain current expenditure. At the same time, we are carrying such a heavy burden of subsidies. And people said, enough is enough. Instead of borrowing, we pay for it internally. And this government has introduced very strict, the electricity has been deregulated. For those of you who don't watch your meter, when you go back, you better watch your meter. And you see that you are paying 3 or 4. The tax regimes are tightened. But even more than the oil subsidy, the foreign exchange subsidy is even more damaging than the oil subsidy. And for one reason or the other, Nigerians don't really, they are not, because you call it foreign exchange, it doesn't hit them directly. But if we have time to do the analysis, and I think the minister has already done the analysis, oh no, the World Bank is the one who did the analysis, they made the point that the opportunity cost of foreign exchange subsidy is far devastating than the oil subsidy. Because the foreign exchange, we are talking of inflation, and people, okay. We are talking of subsidy. And we tend to say that it is responsible for inflation. And that analysis says no. Because you're a consuming nation, because you import and import and import, your foreign exchange subsidy is more devastating than your oil subsidy. Vice Chancellor, Madam, again, let me congratulate the University of Benin for this initiative. Let me congratulate the Institute for bringing out these young men and women and moving them into the governance structure. We pray that your efforts will not be in vain, that when they go into the institutes, they will exhibit some knowledge. It's not sentiments. They will sit down carefully and look at the analysis. They will look at carefully, understand what government is trying to do. They will advise government, even if they are development economists, even if they are political economists, that they will be able to identify the goals and be able to say there are trade-offs. So again, God bless you all for your efforts. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
I thought the lecturer would be giving a bigger round of applause. That has been very thought-provoking and incisive lecture. Thank you, Prof. With the kind permission of the Chancellor, may I quickly welcome once again the Deputy President of the Senate, the very distinguished Senator Dr. Jibrin Barau, CFR. Please put your hands together. We welcome the Chairman, House of Reps, Committee on Ecological Funds, and member of NILDS Governing Council, Honorable Aminu Jaji. Please clap, 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 clap. We also welcome from the University of Benin, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Ray Ozolwa. Please put your hands together. We welcome all the deans present, the Dean of Postgraduate School, Professor Adeza Aliu. Welcome, sir. We welcome the Dean of Law, Professor Ikmomusa Omoruyi. Welcome, Prof. We welcome the Dean of Social Sciences, Professor Daniel Towe. Welcome, Dean. We welcome a member of the Academic Advisory Board of NILDS, Professor Violet Aigbokabo. She's the former Dean of Law, UNIBEN. Welcome. We move on now to the next. We'll take more recognitions as the event progresses. For now, we want to invite sister institutions who are here with goodwill messages. So, sister organizations with goodwill messages, please step forward with them. And I would respectfully invite the DG of NILDS to receive the messages, sir.
My name is Benga Ibileye, Professor of English Language and the Provost, College of Postgraduate Studies, Federal University, Lokoja. I am here on behalf of my Vice Chancellor, Professor Akinyemi Olawumi, who is unavoidably absent. He has asked me to give you his goodwill message and to congratulate the Institute on this very momentous occasion. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much.
My name is Salim Bashir Magashi, Professor of Constitutional Law. I bring fraternal greetings on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, who is unavoidably absent. Congratulations on your 8th Convocation ceremony, sir. Thank you.
My name is Usman Alhaji Yusuf, an Associate Professor of Criminology and Security Studies. I'm here on behalf of my Vice Chancellor of National State University, Kefi, Professor Saadatu Hassan Liman. I'm here to present her goodwill message. Congratulations on your convocation ceremony.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's now time for the conferment of honorary fellowship of the Institute on some deserving Nigerians. The first on my list here is the distinguished former President of the Senate, Senator Dr. Abubakar Bukola Saraki, CON. Joke will take the citation.
Distinguished Senator Bukola Saraki is represented here today by Distinguished Senator Abiodun Olujimi. Ma'am, you may please take the center stage at this point. Thank you very much. A brief citation of Dr. Abubakar Bukola Saraki, CON. Senator Dr. Abubakar Bukola Saraki, former President of the 8th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and former Executive Governor of Kwara State, was born in 1962 and an indigene of Kwara State. He trained as a medical doctor at the London Hospital Medical College, London, where he obtained the MBBS degree in 1987. He practiced medicine at Rush Green Hospital, Essex from 1988 to 1989, before returning to Nigeria to an illustrious career in business and politics. He started his political career in the year 2000 when he was appointed as Special Assistant on Budget to President Olusegun Obasanjo. In 2003, Senator Saraki ran for and won the governorship seat of Kwara State and re-elected in 2007 for another term of office. In 2011, after completion of his two-term tenure as governor of Kwara State, he ran for and won the Senate seat representing the Kwara Central Senatorial District. In 2015, he was re-elected into the Senate to serve in the 8th Assembly. However, shortly after his re-election, Senator Saraki was in June 2015 also elected the president of the 8th Senate by his colleagues to lead the hallowed chamber. For his immense contribution to national and other societal development, he enjoyed and received many awards. For the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, NILDS, Senator Bukola Saraki's presidency of the Senate is not simply a matter of Senate leadership, because he also doubled as the chairman of the Institute Governing Council. During his Senate presidency and his chairmanship of the Governing Council spanning the period of 2015 to 2019, he led the Senate in 2017 to get the Institute Act to be amended to what it is now, from National Institute for Legislative Studies, NILDS, to National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, NILDS, thereby broadening the mandate of the Institute to go beyond legislative matters to include other democratic matters. Similarly, during his time as the chair of the Institute Governing Council, construction work of the Institute permanent site reached a significant level of completion. Therefore, that we are seated today in this beautiful edifice is thanks to the contribution of his office in moving the construction work further. A round of applause to that, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. In the light of his general contribution to the legislative process and consolidation of other democratic ideals, and in his contribution to the growth and development of the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, the Institute found His Excellency Senator Abubakar Bukola Saraki worthy of his membership and hence the conferment on him of the Fellow of the Institute. Congratulations, distinguished. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, we shall invite the representative of the President of the Senate, of course, the Deputy Senate President, distinguished Senator Baran Jubrin, CON, to come and confer this title on Senator Bukola Saraki. All right. Can we centralize this a little bit for photography? Thank you very much, distinguished Senator. All right. This season, number 3 citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President of the Senate and Chairman NILDS Governing Council, Distinguished Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON, represented by the Deputy President of the Senate, Distinguished Senator Bara Jibrin, CFR, conferring the fellowship of the Institute of Senator Abubakar Bukola Saraki, represented by the senator who represented Ekiti South Senatorial District in the 9th Assembly, Distinguished Senator Abiodun Olujimi. Thank you very much. And of course, many eminences in this room today. Distinguished Senator Abiodun Olujimi was not just a distinguished senator when she was in the House, she was also the minority leader. Distinguished Senator, thank you very much. We move on quickly to the next item. Piero.
Thank you, sirs. That has been so beautifully accomplished. The next recipient is here in flesh and blood. And may I now respectfully invite to step forward to be honored, Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, CON. Please put your hands together. CFR. Thank you, sir. An abridged citation. Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, former Speaker of the House of Representatives, hails from Bauchi State. He graduated from the University of Jos, Plateau State, with honors degree in law. Because of his thirst for knowledge and after being called to the bar in 1993, Honorable Dogara proceeded to acquire his master's degree LLM in International Commercial Law at Robert Gordon University, Aberdeen, Scotland. He trained also in Oxford University, Harvard Kennedy School, USA, 2014, and Cambridge, United Kingdom, 2016. Honorable Dogara commenced his political journey in 2005 with his appointment as Special Assistant to the Minister of State for Transport. In 2007, he won election into the Federal House of Representatives, representing Bogoro das Tafawa Balewa Federal Constituency of Bauchi State. For Honorable Dogara, it was not enough to simply hold positions of responsibility in the hallowed chamber. Hence, he sponsored several bills in his contribution to the lawmaking mandate of the Assembly. Among the bills he sponsored were Corporate Manslaughter 2010, Data Protection 2010, Federal Competition Commission 2011. He has received numerous awards and honors from the larger society. One of the many important ones was the Commonwealth Ambassadors Award for leading the legislators to introduce 130 bills in a day. I thought that will be roundly applauded, because that was described as novel. It was conferred, that honor was conferred on the former Speaker by the Royal Commonwealth Society in 2016. Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, as a Speaker of the House of Representatives in the 8th Assembly, also doubled as the alternate chair of the Governing Council of this great institute, making him to be one of those who superintended over the affairs of the institute and piloted it to the enviable position it holds today in both legislative support service and consolidation of democratic ideals in the country. The institute therefore holds the Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, a man of gentle mien and disposition, a man of excellent candor, humble, affable, amiable, a patriot, handsome, versatile. He has been found worthy to be conferred with the fellowship of NILDS. Deputy Speaker, sir. Deputy Senate President. Please put your hands together for the Deputy Senate President.
A resounding applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. All right. Yeah, the next set of awards will be conferred, of course, by the representative of the Speaker, Federal House of Representatives, as we take the Honorable Minister of Labor and Employment and former Deputy Chief Whip, House of Representatives, Excellency, Right Honorable Barrister Nkiruka Oyejocha, PhD, OON, represented by our Senior Special Advisor, Mr. Chris Amadi. Kindly take the center stage, sir, as we go through the abridged citation of Honorable Barrister Nkiruka Oyejocha, PhD, OON. Honorable Barrister Nkiruka Oyejocha, PhD, OON, Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, former Deputy Chief Whip, House of Representatives, was born on 23rd November 1969 to the family of His Royal Highness, late Eze Bob Ogbonna of Abia State. He had a primary secondary education from Isochi Central School and Ovim Girls Secondary, respectively. She obtained a Bachelor of Arts from the prestigious University of Nigeria, Nsukka, while she holds a master's degree in International Affairs and Diplomacy from Imo State University and another master's in Transport Management from Ladoke Akintola University, Oyo State. Chief Lady Onyejocha also holds a Bachelor's of Laws LLB degree from Abia State University and has been duly called to the Nigerian Bar, having obtained barrister at law from the Council of Legal Education, Nigerian Law School. She went further to obtain a doctorate degree in political science from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Apart from university degrees, Chief Lady Onyejocha is also a recipient of many awards, including Officer of the Order of the Niger, OON. Over the years, her excellent performances in her home state endeared her to the heart of her people. In recognition and appreciation of her contributions to their well-being in particular and societal development in general, the people accorded her with high honors in the land. Believing in her capacity to do many more things that are significant to her people, in 2007, the people of Isikwato Umunochi Federal Constituency overwhelmingly elected her to represent them at the Federal House of Representatives. In 2019, she was re-elected for the unprecedented fourth time, where she served as chairman of many committees, as well as deputy chief whip of the House. In August 2023, Honorable Nkiruka Oyejocha was appointed by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as the Minister of Labor and Employment, making her the first female labor minister. A round of applause, a glass ceiling shattering there. She is dynamic, vibrant, and well-informed, an epitome of service indeed. For the Institute, Right Honorable Nkiruka Onyejocha was not just a parliamentarian, but one with a mission that borders on good governance. On the strength of our overall and remarkable achievement, and in line with the broader mandate, the Institute found her worthy of its recognition and the conferment of the award of Fellow of the Institute. Congratulations, Your Excellency, as we invite at this point the representative of the Speaker, House of Representatives, who is Professor Honorable Paul Namachi, Deputy Chairman Committee on Southeast Development Commission. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Please, a little correction there. Honorable Chief Mrs. Nkiruka Onyejocha was Minister of State, Labor and Employment. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together. The next honoree is Professor Mike Idiahi Obadan. Please put your hands together as he steps forward. An abridged citation. Professor Mike Idiahi Obadan, an economist, educationist, public service administrator, is from Uromi, Edo State, Nigeria. He attended Nigeria's premier university, the University of Ibadan, where he graduated with a bachelor's degree in economics. In a rare occurrence and in acknowledgement of the quality of his then ongoing master's degree program, Professor Obadan was advised to upgrade it to a PhD thesis, thereby skipping the conventional master's degree. I thought I would hear a lot of clapping. What that means is that from first degree, he jumped to PhD on account of the strength of that degree. He has participated in executive education programs at Harvard University, Massachusetts, Wharton Business School, Pennsylvania, World Bank Institute, Washington, D.C., London Business School, London, and IMD, Switzerland, among others. Professionally, Professor Michael Obadan has engaged in active teaching and research in various universities and provided several national and international consulting services. He has served as head of the Department of Economics, University of Ilorin, Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Benin, and Chairman, University of Benin Research and Publications Committee. At a wider national level, Professor Obadan, for 12 years, 1992 to 2004, served the federal government of Nigeria as a Director General of the National Center for Economic Management and Administration, NACIMA, Ibadan. Similarly, from 2018 to 2023, Professor Obadan served as a non-executive director, Central Bank of Nigeria, and member of the Monetary Policy Committee. He assisted the government to produce key policy documents such as the Vision 2020 Economic Transformation Blueprint and its implementation plan. For his contributions to scholarship and national development, Professor Obadan has been honored by several organizations, among them Fellowship of the Nigerian Economic Society, Fellowship of the Social Science Academy of Nigeria, Fellowship of the Institute of Management Consultants of Nigeria, and publications of 2 books in his honor. Professor Obadan is an award winner. In February 2013, he was conferred with Nigeria's Best Teacher Award, courtesy of This Day Newspaper Limited. Professor Obadan is the first chairman of the University of Benin National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies Affiliation Committee, which managed the implementation of the affiliation's Memorandum of Understanding. Sirs, on the strength of his various contributions to national, international, and societal development, and for his unquantifiable contributions to the growth and development of NILDS, the Institute finds this astute, dynamic, cerebral, resourceful, indomitable, highly productive academic and administrator, and proper and fit to be conferred with the Fellowship of NILDS. I now respectfully invite the representative of the visitor of the University of Benin and NILDS and Pro-Chancellor, University of Benin, Professor Shuaibu Umaru, to make this conferment. Please put your hands together for my Pro-Chancellor and for the honoree. Thank you, sirs.
A resounding one, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. All right, before we take this speech of a number 3 citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the President of the Senate, we quickly come to response by the awardees. This one is to be delivered by the former Speaker, House of Representatives, and proudly the former alternate chairman of National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies Governing Council, Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, CFR. Please make it a resounding applause for this eminent excellency.
Thank you very much. The Senate President, more than ably represented by our brother, friend, and leader, distinguished Senator Jibrin Barau, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, represented here by my friend, Honorable Professor Paul Naji, DG NILDS, our friend and brother, Professor Abakar Suleiman, members of NILDS governing body, my leaders. I always bow and tremble in the tradition of our hallowed institution. Let me say that, or crave your indulgence to hide under the established protocol, and to say that I stand today on the symbolic shadows of our leaders, some of whom are being honored today, who believe that for the legislature to do the work of democracy, it must be able to have some kind of an institute or an institution that will serve as a repository for knowledge. You know, it is said that democracy dies in darkness. Of course, knowledge has its place. No, because knowing empowers us. Knowing helps us to make rational or informed choices. And knowing keeps us free. For what is the benefit of freedom if you don't even know that you have them, much less engage with them or fight for the preservation of those freedoms? So I want to thank the DG, and as a matter of fact, I'll be doing a great disservice if I don't mention here the name of my sister, Professor Ladi Himalai, for cradling this institution from nowhere to the position where we are today. And I can say this without fear of any contradiction, that when I was the alternate chairman, I visited this place about 4 times. And it was a massive construction site. And most of those visits, I'll meet her, the kind of infectious passion she had to see that the project was realized, honestly was second to none. And at times it scares me because coming from where I knew where the proverbial dead bodies were buried, I know that we didn't have resources to budget for the completion of this project. But I thank God that this vision has now crystallized. And I thank God too for the leadership, the current leadership, which we can say that is innovative. I've seen that even when we disagreed at the board and said, oh, whether we should add democracy to the name NILDS, I remember it was a very big debate. And we thought, no, don't restrict this thing to legislature alone. The institute should be about democracy. And so we added the word democracy and it became, yes. But it was a big debate. So you are serving both the legislature and you are serving the growth of democracy. And I want to thank you, DG, for ensuring that this vision is thriving. And I commend, as I have said, the spirit of innovation by being proactive instead of being reactive. And I know with this kind of proactive leadership, the sky will not be the limit. To the graduates who are living here, I've spoken about the power of knowledge. But knowledge itself is useless if you just store it within yourself. Knowledge is only powerful if you just serve as an agent to deploy it. So whatever you have learned from here, until you make the benefits reflect on larger society, you have done nothing. It is said that a wise man is someone who does the right things he knows. Because knowing alone and not doing anything doesn't make you wise. So I charge you therefore to go forth from here, determined that you're going to invest the knowledge you have garnered from here in deepening our democracy, in deepening democratic processes in Nigeria. So I want to thank you for the honor done to us. We will not forget, and we are always available. We will always support this on behalf of all the awardees that are here. That is the pledge you take for us. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, CFR. Thank you, sir. Before we move on to the next item, and at this point, I'd like to recognize and welcome the Vice Chancellor Designate of the University of Benin, Professor, in fact, he's a family member of NILDS, Professor Edoba Bright Omoege, SAN. Please stand to be appreciated more. So I'm sure he just stepped out. Okay. Thank you, sir. He's right there. Thank you, sir. And now it's my singular privilege to invite the representative of the President of the Senate, who is the Deputy Senate President, the distinguished Senator, Dr. Jibrin Barau, CFR, to present his address. Distinguished Senator, sir.
Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman, Governing Council of the University of Benin, Professor Shuaibu Umaru. Your Excellency, the Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, GCON, ably represented by the Deputy Chairman, House Committee on Southeast Development Commission, Honorable Professor Paul Naji, distinguished senators and members of the House of Representatives that are here, our former Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives and an awardee in this ceremony, in this convocation ceremony, Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, and my former leader of the Fourth House of Representatives, Honorable Muhammad Wakil, and other former members that are here. Sorry, you don't see former members. Other members that are non-serving that are here. The Vice Chancellor, University of Benin, His Royal Majesty Professor James Ayase, the Totiv, the Vice Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor, University of Benin, Professor Lilian Salami, the Director General of the National Institute of Legislative and Democratic Studies, NILDS, Professor Abubakar Suleiman, the Registrar of the University of Benin, Professor Ademola, members of the Governing Council of UNIBEN and NILDS, distinguished invited guests from the academic community, the graduating students, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to welcome all our guests and graduating students to this important occasion of the 8th National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies and the University of Benin postgraduate, as well as the third NILDS HND convocation ceremony. The National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies has continued to set the pace with excellent performance as a research and capacity building institution for the legislature and other democratic institutions in Nigeria. And I am glad to be part of the success story of NILDS. This convocation is my second since the inauguration of the 10th Senate. It is exciting to me because it shows consistency on the path of NILDS in fulfilling its functions. Therefore, allow me to use this opportunity to appreciate the Director General of NILDS, Professor Abubakar O. Suleiman, and the Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, Professor Lilian I. Salami, for their relentless effort in making the NILDS postgraduate program a success. In its own way, the postgraduate program of NILDS is helping to address the human resource gap in our country. Such progress is possible because of the commitment of the Director General of NILDS to good governance. This further proves that our collective progress as a country is better when we support democracy and democratic institutions than otherwise. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, despite lingering challenges in the nation's education sector, data shows that Nigeria has recorded better performance in its Human Capital Development Index in the UNDP 2024 report than it did in 2019. Supporting the education sector through increased funding will therefore enable our country to record significant transformational changes. This is why the 10th Senate has continued to support policies such as the student loan program and to take other initiatives towards addressing out-of-school children. These initiatives are very clear to the President and Commander. They are very dear to the President and Commander-in-Chief, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and those require the support of all stakeholders. As the Chairman of the NILDS Governing Council, I will ensure that my team continues to support NILDS in fulfilling its role as the nation's only statutory institute with a mandate for legislative and democratic engagements. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate our graduating students today, I want to use this opportunity to call on others in the public and private sectors to take advantage of NILDS HND and NILDS-UNIBEN postgraduate programs to increase their knowledge and, by extension, their competencies in their relevant professional endeavors. Since moving to its permanent site, NILDS has become better positioned to absorb more students in its world-class facility. Congratulations. Once again, I congratulate all graduate students and wish them success in their careers going forward. Thank you for listening.
Another resounding applause for His Excellency. That has been the speech of the number 3 citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President of the Senate, Distinguished Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON, represented by the Deputy Senate President, Distinguished Senator Jibrim Barau, CFR. Thank you very much, distinguished. Now moving on to lead us in this next set of engagement. May I invite the Director of Studies, National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, Dr. Asimiyu Abiola, to call the shot on this one. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Let me start on the already established protocol. May I invite all the graduating students for the higher national diploma to stand up and remain standing. This is nice.
No, it's award. The award, all the awardees are to take picture with the President of the Senate because he's likely to leave with them. So all the awardees to please come out and then.
Thank you very much. May we take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the Chairman, House Committee on Interparliamentary Relations and member, NILDS Governing Council, Honorable Mark Esset. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Director of Studies, take it away, please.
May all listening students for the higher national in official reporting and parliamentary administration stand up and graduating students for the HND official reporting and parliamentary administration to remain standing. That's the DG. DG. Should do what?
Hello, you are listening to Democracy Radio 104.9 FM Abuja. And my name is Shugair, reporting live from the NILDS, the 8th NILDS-UNIBEN postgraduate and the 3rd NILDS Higher National Diploma Program Convocation ceremony. What you just heard, what the event that just transpired now was the conferment of honorary fellowship to a few memorable Nigerian citizens, people like Senator Bukola Saraki, the Honorable Yakubu Dogara, General Abdusalam Abubakar, and Chief Honorable Mrs. Nkieruka Onye Georgia. Coming up shortly is going to begin the conferment of awards to the graduating students. We have a total of 65 graduating students, 9 HND graduates, 43 master students, and 13 postgraduate diploma students. Make sure to not go anywhere as we'll be bringing you more information concerning this convocation ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me adopt the already established protocol, please. Mr. Speaker, I say it is with great pleasure that I extend my heartfelt congratulations to working DG, Professor Abubakar Suleiman, and the entire management and staff of the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, NILDS, Committee of the 8th/UNIBEN postgraduate and 3rd NILDS Convocation ceremony. This milestone event represents not just the culmination of successful institutional academic endeavors, but also highlight NILDS' continuing commitment to developing high-caliber professional manpower in legislative studies for sustainable democratic governance. Our dear DG, I am happy to continue to publicly acknowledge that under your visionary leadership, NILDS has consistently demonstrated excellence in building functional capacity for our legislative institutions and strengthening democratic process in Nigeria. As the foremost policy think tank for legislatures in Nigeria and the only statutory institution charged with this solemn, NILDS under your watch has become a global center of excellence for research, teaching, and learning by notable parliaments across Africa and international communities. Some of us benefited in this program because I did my master's degree in legislative study here. Particularly the President of the Senate and the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives for their continued support and belief in NILDS. Similarly, as an alumni body, we celebrate successful and enduring partnership between NILDS and the University of Benin, which continues to set remarkable standards in postgraduate education and professional development in Nigeria to achieve the global goal of access to education. Partnership of this nature should be encouraged and celebrated. Accordingly, we extend our deepest appreciation to the Vice Chancellors and management of the University of Benin on this important milestone. To the graduating class of 2024, being honored today, I congratulate you all on attaining this great academic feat. My charge to you all is to note that you represent the next generation of experts who will contribute significantly to our nation's legislative development and democratic consolidation. You know why I say so? Because Igbokoye was one of the best sponsors of bill in this country, almost 73 bills during his tenure. Let them see you, please. Just stand up. I think I happen to be the third, because the second is the same person from your state, which is Abunta, and the current speaker. I'm the fourth, 58. But the highest in the signed ones. So we congratulate you, Bokwe. And I hope those of you who are graduating today who are going to make impact in the future of Nigeria, becoming lawmakers, who also, at class source. Endeavor to be good ambassadors of NILDS, wherever you may find yourself. As we celebrate this momentous occasion, please accept my best wishes for continued success in your mission to enhance legislative education and democratic study in Nigeria. As a global alumni of NILDS, we are excited to welcome you all to the Alumni Association. We remain committed to support and giving back to our dear alma mater. Congratulations once again on this auspicious occasion. Thank you, and God bless you. We are also working towards handing over of power, so be part of it. Tomorrow you can be the president. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Honorable Osai Osai, the President of the Alumni Association. May I call upon all the graduating students for the HND in official reporting and parliamentary administration to stand up and remain standing. the DG, sir. I now have the honor and privilege to call upon the Director General, National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, Professor Abubakar Olariwaju Sulaiman, to present students who have fulfilled the requirements for the award of Higher National Diploma in Official Reporting and Parliamentary Administration as prescribed by the National Board for Technical Education, MBTE. The Director General, sir.
I present to this assembly, on behalf of the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, the following students who have satisfied the requirements and qualified for the award of our National Diploma in Official Reporting and Parliamentary Administration for the year 2022-2023 academic session. You take a bow and resume your seats.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. At this point, before I invite the next item on this list, may I recognize the presence of member NILDS Governing Council, Honorable Sariki Dahiru. A round of applause for him. He's just joining us. Thank you very much, Honorable Sir. And may I, at this point, also recognize the presence who has been with us since morning, of course, the former VC, University of Abuja, and Chairman, NILDS Academic Advisory Governing Council. Of course, Professor Nuhu Yakub, OFR. A round of applause for him. At this point, permit me to invite the PRO, University of Benin, Dr. Benedicta Ehanire, to chat the part of affairs.
Thank you, Joke. Before the next item, I'd like to specially welcome and recognize the wife of the chairman of the UNIBEN, Chairman Pro-Chancellor of the University of Benin, Hajia Amina Umar Shuaibu. Welcome, ma. She has been here, so please pardon us. And so, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, convocation proceedings continue as I now respect the Registrar, University of Benin, Ademola Bobola. Mr. Registrar.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Chancellor Sir, ably represented here today, I now have the honor and privilege to call upon the Acting Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies, University of Benin, Professor Adeza Sufyan Aliu, to present the students of the School of Postgraduate Studies who attained academic and other distinctions during the 2022-2023 academic session. Acting Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies.
Will the recipients of the postgraduate diploma and master's degree please stand and remain standing? Sir, in the name of the School of Postgraduate Studies and by the authority of Senate, I present to you the following persons who have been found worthy both in character and in learning to be awarded postgraduate diploma and master's degrees of the University of Benin.
Your Excellencies, the Vice Chancellor is standing in for the Chancellor, just stepped out. It is now my honor and privilege to call on the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic to perform this role on behalf of the Chancellor. Thank you.
The Deputy Senate President, please permit me to establish the protocol that has been so well presented earlier on by the PRO. I, Professor Raymond Ozolwa, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, standing in proxy of, by the authority vested on me as each of you, those present and those who are absent, for whom the Acting Dean School of Postgraduate Studies stands proxy, the Postgraduate Diploma in Election and Political Party Management, degree of Master in Legislative Studies, MLS, Master in Law, LLM, Legislative Drafting, Master in Parliamentary Administration, MPD, and Master in Elections and Party Politics, MEPP, of the University of Benin. Congratulations.
The recipients will then bow to the Chancellor, bow to the Assembly, and then resume their seats.
Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause, please. Mission accomplished here. Now, the moment most of us have been waiting for, presentation of prizes. At this point, permit me to invite once again Director of Studies, Dr. Asimiyu Abiola, to chart the course of affairs.
Sir, may I have the honor to invite Ladan Uke Abdulkadri. Yes. Having been the best student in the higher national diploma in parliamentary administration. May I invite G of this to present the yes, that is HND. The second person is a Christabel Mbahi Uko, Miss. Having been in the National Judicial Reporting, may I humbly invite Honorable Esset to present the award. Where is the flag? No. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Stella Ngozi Paul. Having been the best postgraduate diploma student in elections and political party management, may I humbly invite Honorable Dairo to please present the award. can take care of that. Yes, sir.
You are still listening to Democracy Radio 104.9 FM Abuja. My name is Sugar, and we are reporting live from the 8th NILDS-UNIBEN postgraduate and the 3rd NILDS Higher National Diploma Degree Convocation ceremony happening today at the NILDS permanent site. What is happening right now is the best students in the individual classes are being awarded, and for the Higher National Diploma in Official Reporting, the highest best graduating students is the person of Ladan Uke Abdul Kadir. For the Higher National Diploma in Parliamentary Administration, we have Christabel Mbahi. For the postgraduate diploma in election and political party management, we have Stella Ngozi Paul. For the masters in legislative studies, we have Evelyn Wetkos. In masters in parliamentary administration, we have Ajay Rosemary, and for masters in election and party politics, Chidima Cynthia. And the best female student is Ajay Rosemary Odofiku. I will be giving you more updates as we go on. Make sure to stay tuned.
I was whispering something into my ears that why are females, and I whispered to him that in my whole years of academic endeavor, I've not come by a theory that said men had better brain than women. It is only our society that is underrating them. They can do more. Once again, let me call on Hajj Rosemary Adofiku, another female student in Masters in Parliamentary Administration. May I call upon Honorable Jaji to please come forward and present the award. May I invite Bonifolu Edson Ekoma, the first man and the best student in the Masters in Law Legislative Drafting. May I humbly invite the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman, Governing Council, University of Benin, our parent university, where a lawyer has just become the incoming Vice Chancellor, to present the award. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have the honor to invite Chidima Cynthia Inama, another female although she's a lawyer, but she registered for the Masters in Elections and Party Politics, having been the best student in that particular. Please invite the representative of the clerk to the National Assembly to come forward and present the award. Thank you. Only one.
Only one. Call the position first before the name of the person.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, in our institute, our DG is an he or she. Is the one sponsoring this particular prize. A student, every convocation ceremony. And for this 2024, the 8th ceremony, the best female student is Haje Rosemary Adoviko. May I humbly invite the speaker. I'm finished.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we gradually wind down this beautiful ceremony, may I now respectfully invite the representative or the visitor of the University of Benin and President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council, University of Benin, Professor Shuaibu Umaru, to make his remarks.
Two.
This one. Your Excellency, the Senate President, here represented by the Deputy Senate President, the Chancellor of University of Benin, represented by our amiable, hard-working Vice Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor of University of Benin, the Vice Chancellor Designate of the University of Benin, the DG NIPS, members of the boards of NITS, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor and privilege to stand here to represent His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the Commander of Chief of Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as well as the visitor of University of Benin. I here to convey the President's greetings, felicitations, and goodwill message to the gathering. While the President is acknowledging the distinguished role of NIPS under the able leadership of Professor Suleiman, he is at the same time wishing the graduates good luck and best wishes in their various endeavors. Thank you.
At this point, ladies and gentlemen, as we gradually wind down, permit me to welcome the representative of the number 4 citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Speaker, House of Representatives, and alternate chairman, NILDS Governing Council, to come and make his remarks. A round of applause for Honorable Peter. Thank you very much.
The remark by the Right Honorable Speaker of House of Representatives, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, GCON, at the 8th NILDS-UNIBEN postgraduate and NILDS HND 2024 convocation ceremony held at the Institute's permanent site, plot 307, on 28 October 2024. His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman, Governing Council of the University of Benin, Professor Shaibu Umaru. Your Excellency, the Senate President, ably represented by the Deputy Senate President, the Vice Chancellor, University of Benin, Professor Lilian Salami, distinguished senators and members of House of Representatives here present, and of course not forgetting the former Speaker of House of Representatives, Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara. The Director General of NILDS, National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, Professor Abubakar Suleiman. The Registrar of the University of Benin, Professor Adomola Bobola. Members of the Governing Councils of UNIBEN and NILDS, distinguished and invited guests from the academia and other communities, the distinguished graduates, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Today marks another milestone in the search for excellence in our democratic journey, especially in the Nigerian legislature. Barely 12 months ago, had we assembled on the same ground to celebrate people who qualified for various honors and certificates from the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, NILDS. I'm here today honored to join you once again at this momentous occasion, celebrating the achievements of some of our brothers and sisters who have passed through the rigors of academic learning from NILDS to receive their certificates. While we recognize the accomplishment of our graduating students, we must commend the efforts of the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies and the University of Benin, UNIBEN, in advancing our nation's democratic and academic landscape. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the academic and non-academic staff of both institutions, and most importantly, I congratulate the graduating students whose hard work, determination, and commitment have brought them to this day. Since the establishment of NILDS, since this establishment, NILDS has positioned itself as an integral organ of the National Assembly and indeed the Nigerian legislature, providing vital parliamentary and academic support towards bridging the capacity gap in our legislature. It has built a reputation as a hub for rigorous research and comprehensive education in legislative practice and procedure. NILDS' role goes beyond mere support. It has become an academic institution in its own right, enriching the legislative process and advancing democratic governance in Nigeria. As we are aware, the 2022 general election produced the 10th House of Representatives with over 200 new members. The unprecedented high turnover in our legislative elections made it imperative for immediate capacity building to ensure that our colleagues are able to decide the duties for which they receive the mandate of the people. As a speaker, I pledge to prioritize capacity development as one of the core commitments of the 10th House of Assembly. In this pursuit, we looked at NILDS as a trusted partner to bridge the gap and lay a solid foundation for excellence in the implementation of our legislative agenda. Over the past 16 months of the 10th House, our efforts in capacity development have yielded remarkable results through a combination of tailored courses, hands-on training, targeted program provided by NILDS and some other development partners. I must commend Professor Abubakar Suleiman and his team for rising to the occasion from day one. This comprehensive approach to training has strengthened the activity in the House, equipping many members and staff with the knowledge and skill required to tackle the complexities of governance and legislative responsibilities. NILDS has remained in the forefront of modernizing our approach to governance through its innovative curriculum. The courses offered in the Institute address the evolving demand of parliamentary operations, bridging theory with practice and preparing students to face real-world challenges. These programs are carefully designed to foster critical thinking, effective decision-making, and a profound understanding of the democratic principles. I have no doubt that those who are graduating today have been fully equipped to drive the development of our legislative and democratic projects. With a comprehensive education from NILDS, you are poised to make lasting contribution that will enrich our legislative processes, promote transparency, and uphold the rule of law. I urge each of you to take this skill forward with a deep sense of responsibility and commitment to fostering positive change. The 10th House recognizes the importance of cultivating a culture of parliamentary education, has continued the legislative mentorship initiative initiated in the 9th Assembly with a renewed dedication through the LMI. We are training the next generation of Nigerian leaders, installing in them the values of integrity, civic responsibility, and a deep understanding of legislative processes. This initiative presents our commitment to ensuring that young Nigerians are prepared to take the reins of leadership and contribute meaningfully to the governance of our country, and it is gratifying that NILDS plays a critical role in raising this generation of Nigerians. Distinguished guests, I would like to congratulate the recipients of different awards today, including NILDS Fellowship. The NILDS Fellowship is an award in recognition of various invaluable contributions to legislative education, democratic principle, and good governance. This recognition is a testament to the hard work, integrity, and vision of the recipients. You have set a benchmark for others to follow, and we are immensely proud to honor you today. For our graduates, today marks both an end and a beginning. You are equipped with a powerful tool, knowledge, that will guide you through your career and empower you to contribute meaningfully to society. The challenges may be great, but opportunities to make a difference is even greater. As we move forward, remember that the true value of education lies in its application. You must use what you have learned to serve, to lead, and to inspire. Your success will be measured not only
You
by
are still listening to Democracy Radio, 104.9 FM Abuja. My name is Shuge, and we are recording live from the 8th NILDS-UNIBEN Postgraduate and the 3rd NILDS Higher National Diploma Degree Convocation Program happening today, the 28th of October. And what you've just seen so far was a very, very immersive and powerful lecture by Professor Michael Kwanache, titled Management of Subsidy and National Development. He was also the former Vice Chancellor of of Veritas University here in Abuja. We also saw the conferment of honorary fellowships to persons such as Senator Bukola Saraki, Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, General Abdusalami Abubakar, the Honorable Chief Mrs. Inkeruka Onyejocha, among others. We also saw the conferment of degrees for students graduating with higher national diploma programs, graduating with the master's programs in different courses such as HND Parliamentary Administration, Official Reporting, Masters in Law and Legislative Drafting, Masters in Legislative Studies, Masters in Election and Party Politics, Masters in Parliamentary Administration, and a postgraduate diploma in election and party management. What you just heard was the address by the Speaker, House of Representatives, who was represented. The representative of the Senate President, I beg your pardon. And moving forward, we are going to be getting the Registrar of UNIBEN to invite the Chancellor to close the convocation. But further ahead, we'll be having interviews with some of the best graduating students from the different courses. Make sure to stay tuned to us here on Democracy Radio 104.9 FM, Abuja. Thank you.
President, at this point, the PRO kindly guide us on the recession. Thank you.
Thank you, Joke. I now invite the registrar to the microphone.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this has been a very wonderful day in the life of this institute and the life of University of Benin, as well as in the life of our honorary awardees. The graduates of today appear to be a little bit different from those set of last year, but we want them to catch up with those of last year. Last year, the students were very warm, clapping all through, celebrating the honor. So this year, I want to call on the awardees to stand up, all the graduates to stand up, continue to give a clap of applause to celebrate this institute and the University of Benin. Please be on your feet. University of Benin is known to be a very warm first-generation university in Nigeria. It's a very great pride to have your degree from University of Benin. Please continue to clap and celebrate your achievements today, or else the certificate will not be issued. You will only see the photocopy. Please give yourself a round of applause. Let's celebrate NILDS. Continue to clap until we ask you to stop. If you don't do that, we are not giving you that certificate. That's your meal ticket. Now, finally, celebrate University of Benin very warmly. The university you can be proud of anywhere around the globe. Thank you. You can take your seats. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor to call on the Chancellor to formally declare convocation closed. This is to be done by Professor Ray Ozolwa, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor. Okay. Thank you, DG, and my principal, too. It's a wonderful opportunity to have one eminent Nigerian in our midst today who is going to stand in as the Vice Chancellor by next convocation ceremony. A week ago, we had a whole week of process of selecting the next Vice Chancellor of the university. The current Vice Chancellor exits office by 2nd of December. In the tradition of the university, more than 1 month before the exit of a sitting Vice Chancellor, the process is done in such a way that the new person stepping in will have to be selected. And the process was done last week and has produced more than 27 distinguished professors from different colleges who are present at that program. And the chairman of council, Professor Maru Shaibu, who presided over the ceremony, is very much here. But we're also privileged to have here the man who was so selected, one of your very own here. He was on loan to National Institute of Legislative and Democratic Studies, but the owner of the property has decided to take over the property, and that is University of Benin. He left us many years ago. It is my singular honor and privilege to present to us Professor Edoba Bright Amorege, the incoming Vice Chancellor. Please, you can step forward so that, please, let's give him a round of applause to celebrate him. It is therefore my honor now to call on the Vice Chancellor, who is acting on behalf of the Chancellor, to formally declare convocation closed. Mr. Vice Chancellor.
Deputy Senate President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to align by the protocols so very well established and by which we have operated all along. I, Professor Raymond Ozolwa, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, standing in proxy for the Chancellor, do hereby declare this convocation ceremony closed, and it is here closed. Thank you very much.
More applause, more applause. The registrar complained now that we were not vibrant. We want a vibrant audience. Are we hungry? Lunch is served. Do not worry. So a round of applause, please. It is on that note that we're going to take the national anthem led by the Nigeria Police Band. No, first of all, the UNIBEN anthem before the police band. UNIBEN anthem first. Please rise. Are we ready for the UNIBEN anthem? Are they playing it? If they are not ready, we'll take it. All over the wide, wide world are fruitful works unfold. What we sowed with joy and pride, with good common goal. One heart and voice for all, we the purple clarion call. Arise, mighty UNIBEN, robed in your purple and gold, clad in your fertile green hem, knowledge for service untold. Now the police band with the national anthem. Nigeria, we hail thee. Order. The Chancellor's procession will lead, followed by the academic procession. Reverse order, please.
And that brings the 8th NILDS-UNIBEN postgraduate and the 3rd NILDS Higher National Diploma Program convocation ceremony to an end. Right now we are seeing the recession of the dignitaries that were here, starting from the Director General of NILDS, in the person of Mr. Abubakar O. Suleiman, and we are seeing the faculty of UNIBEN also recess the hall, followed by the graduating students. Coming shortly, we'll be having interviews with some of the graduating students. Make sure to stay tuned.
All right. Then followed by the visiting vice chancellors, members of UNIBEN Governing Council, NILDS Academic Advisory Board, Deputy Vice Chancellors, Registrar UNIBEN to follow please, the Bursar UNIBEN, Librarian UNIBEN, Academic Staff of NILDS. Members of NILDS-UNIBEN Affiliate Committee, members of NILDS Management Committee, lecturers, HNE and postgraduate program, Director, Department of Studies, and Coordinator NILDS-UNIBEN postgraduate program,
Congratulations on your graduation today. I know you're very, very excited and it has not been easy. But I want to know how do you plan on implementing all you have learned and all you have studied building moving forward?
Thank you. Well, being a graduate of this institute has really taught me a lot in legislative matters. And it's fortunate because this is where I work and that's what we do. So it will help me strengthen my duties at work and also help me to implement activities and broaden my perspective. I'm planning to further ahead because I really enjoyed the course. It was actually very interesting. So I'm planning to do it all the way to my PhD, if God's willing.
So hopefully very soon we're going to start seeing your name in the news, ma.
Big time, big time.
Thank you very much.
Wait, let's do for this one. You are doing for this camera. Okay, you are not in the shot. I have my mic on now. That is time. Wow.
I'll ask you the same question again.
You're not going to be in the shot. All right, let's go. Just tell us your name.
Let's go, boss. Let me try and find somebody. Let me try and find somebody.
Receiving one of the best awards today, how does that make you feel? So you are going to experience that. All right. Thank you. So let me get to that.
So do you want to pass me a bit?
We're just going to ask you what it means to you, what the journey has been like, and then we'll ask you how you plan on implementing everything in like nation building and all of that. So you just answer those questions. Just say it.
All right, maybe take it again. It's been an interesting journey, I must say. It's had its tough times. And I had so many people encouraging me, people motivating me, lecturers, students, and then also I was just determined to also get to the end and hopefully and be one of the best. And thank God it worked out. And then it means so much to me, honestly, because I actually wanted this. So I'm grateful that it worked out to this. And then I'm just going to make sure we spread more of the word, more of the information on the parliamentary processes, and also encourage. And then if I have opportunity to also speak to policymakers, I'll also put forward some of my suggestions which I've gathered in the course of this program. Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. All right.
Let's find you guys.
Which camera is this? You should do your stuff. Yeah.
Recording stopped.